You're good.
On this vote, the yeas are 54 and the nays are 46. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative. The motion is not agreed to. The point of order is sustained and the amendment falls.
I mean, this process is just a total. Mr. President,
The Majority Leader.
I ask unanimous consent that it be in order for the following senators to be recognized to offer amendments, motions, or points of order. The amendments be reported by number with no amendments in order prior to a vote in relation to the amendments or motions. Wyden motion to commit. Hirono, number 2382. Warnock motion to commit. Lee, number 2745. Kim, number 2817. Ernst, number 2372. Sanders, number 2435, with 60 affirmative votes required.
Is there objection? Without objection.
And Mr. President, I would suggest to my colleagues that we get this vote started, and that when we get it, we're going to start voting in our seats, and we're going to start doing 10-minute votes. Good.
Senator from Oregon.
I have a motion to commit at the desk.
Clerk will report.
The senator from Oregon, Mr. Wyden, moves to commit the bill H.R. 1 to the Committee on Finance of the Senate with instructions to report the same back to the Senate in 3 days.
I ask that further reading of the motion be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President and colleagues, Republicans started out planning to repeal the tax credits that finance Democrats wrote for wind and solar energy. Then it got a whole lot worse. The Republican plan actually taxes clean energy. Taxes raise energy bills. The Republican plan will raise your energy bills. If this passes, it is a death sentence for the wind and solar industries and hundreds of thousands of American jobs. It's a surrender to China on clean energy manufacturing. Leader Schumer and my colleagues on our side all support this effort. If you're for all of the above energy, something I've heard my Republican colleagues say, you'll support my motion to commit the bill back to the Finance Committee to strike the cuts to clean energy.
From Utah.
Mr. President, I'd love and respect my friend and colleague from Oregon, but I disagree with every word he just uttered, including but, and the. Look, the Energy and Natural Resources title of this bill is one of the most consequential pieces of energy legislation we've had in decades. It increases production on federal lands, and it eliminates wasteful spending at both Interior and Energy departments that have prioritized intermittent, non-reliable, non-baseload sources of power, ultimately driving up the cost of living and the cost of power. We can and do reduce energy prices by increasing development of our vast energy natural resources. I strongly urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment.
Ask for the yeas and nays.
Yeas. Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt.
No.
Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Got you, sir. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Gotcha. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, got you, son. Mr. Schiff, Mr. Smith, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mr. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt-Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Gallego, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Wyden. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Senators voting the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Britt, Budd, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Justice, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Tuberville, Wicker. Mr. Hawley, no. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Moreno, no. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Johnson, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Tillis, no. Ms. Collins? No. Ms. Murkowski? No.
On this vote, the ayes are 47, the nays are 53. The motion is not agreed to.
Mr. President.
The senator from Hawaii.
Mr. President, I call up my amendment 2382 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Hawaii, Ms. Hirono, proposes for herself and others amendment number 2382 to amendment number 2360.
Mr. President, nearly 90% of K-12 students attend public schools, yet Republicans are pushing a plan in this bill to undermine support for public schools through the first ever nationwide private school voucher program. Republicans claim vouchers are about expanding school choice, but evidence shows these kinds of programs do little to meaningfully increase choice for families, especially low-income families and those who live in rural communities. When it comes down to it, this plan does not help students, it does not promote choice, it does not support public schools. We should be investing in public education for all Americans, not diverting tax dollars to private schools. That's why my amendment with Senator Van Hollen would strip this provision from this bill. Stand up for our nation's students, teachers, and families by rejecting this provision and supporting our amendment. I yield back.
Mr. President.
The senator from Texas.
There are many important elements to the One Big Beautiful Bill, but none over time is likely to have as big an impact as this specific provision that the Democrats are trying to strike tonight. Across America, millions of children, especially low-income African American and Hispanic children, are trapped in failing schools. They face crime and violence and despair. Without the ability to learn and prosper, they are denied a fair shot at the American dream. School choice is the civil rights issue of the 21st century. Every child, regardless of race or wealth or ethnicity, deserves access to an excellent education. This tax credit provision will unleash billions of dollars every single year for scholarships for kids to attend the K-12 school of their choice. Sadly, every Democrat in this body will oppose these scholarships because they're more beholden to teacher union bosses than they are dedicated to fighting for kids. Mr. President, Dr. King's dream will take a major step forward tonight, as every kid in America will have a chance at an excellent education.
Mr.
Questions on the
President,
amendment?
do I have any time left?
There's no time remaining. Questions on the amendment? It's a voice vote. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mr. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. 𝗕𝗏𝗹𝗑𝗁, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Alsobrooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt-Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Collins, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Fisher, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Sullivan, Tillis, 𝗕𝗏𝗹𝗑𝗁, and Wicker. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Marino, no. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, no. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 50. The motion is not agreed to. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. President,
Senator from Georgia.
I have a motion to commit at the desk.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Georgia.
I ask that further reading of the motion be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I rise to protect pro-business, pro-worker tax credits that are creating hundreds of thousands of American clean energy manufacturing jobs, many of which don't require a college degree. Put simply, these tax credits are working. I know firsthand because they're working right now in Georgia businesses, in these businesses in which we've invested $1, we've seen investments as much as $4.50. They've helped create 42,000 new manufacturing and construction jobs, many in rural parts of our state that are too often left behind by Washington politicians. Those 42,000 Georgia jobs and hundreds of thousands of jobs nationwide are at risk if Republicans have their way and roll back these tax credits. And that's why North America's building trade unions, Mr. President, I ask for order.
Senator's time's expired.
Really? Mr. President?
It's been 1 minute and 10 seconds.
Those 42,000 Georgia jobs and hundreds of thousands of jobs nationwide are at risk. That's why North America's building trade unions call this bill the biggest job-killing bill in the history of this country. I urge my colleagues to vote with America's workers and vote yes on my motion to commit.
Senator from Utah.
Energy manufacturing jobs survive and thrive when there's less federal intrusion, not more. My friend and colleague from Georgia wants more. The American people want less. The American people understand that with the federal government out of the way, by cutting red tape, innovation thrives and the American people do better. I urge all within the sound of my voice to oppose this motion.
Mr. President, how much time do I have left?
There's
For
no more
every
time
$1
remaining.
we've invested, we've
There's no more
received
time remaining.
$4.50.
There is no more time remaining.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, thank you, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, just one moment, please. Thank you. I got you. Thank you. Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, thank you, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, thank you. Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, thank you, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters. Okay. Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. 𝗕𝗶𝗹𝗹. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative. Alsobrooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Collins, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, and Whitehouse. Senators voting in the negative. Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Grassley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Marino, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Tillis, 𝗕𝗶𝗹𝗹, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Sullivan, no. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. McConnell, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 48, the nays are 51, and the motion is not agreed to.
Mr. President,
Senator from Utah.
call up my amendment, Lee Amendment number 2745.
Clerk will report.
The senator from Utah, Mr. Lee, proposes amendment number 2745 to amendment number 2360.
Sent to dispense with the reading.
Without objection.
Mr. President, this amendment completes the task performed by the House of Representatives on these subsidies. Now, remember, the Green New Scam was adopted in 2022 without a single Republican vote. Not one Republican in the House, not one Republican in the Senate voted for the Green New Scam subsidies. This language would complete the circle of repeal on these subsidies by echoing exactly what the House of Representatives did. We can save more money for the American taxpayer if we adopt this. Not one Republican voted for it. Not one Republican should oppose this. I implore all within the sound of my voice to adopt this amendment, save the American people money, and allow for the American energy revolution to begin.
What do you want to do, Chuck? Mr. President,
Senator from Oregon.
I'm going to speak very briefly, and then I think my colleagues would like a voice vote. I rise in opposition to the Lee Amendment. The Lee Amendment repeals important technology-neutral electricity credits. Tech-neutral allows all energy sources to compete on a level playing field. Wind and solar are an essential part of American energy. These sources keep prices from skyrocketing as demand soars and keep the AC on during historic heat waves. U.S. manufacturing in wind and solar rely on the deployment of these technologies. Reversing course on 21st century energy sources wipes out American jobs. I urge a no vote when we vote on a voice vote.
I call for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lemus. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Blackburn, Britt, Budd, Cornyn, Crapo, Cruz, Haggerty, Hawley, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Marino, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, and Tuberville. Senators voting in the negative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Blumenthal, Blunt-Rochester, Booker, Bozeman, Cantwell, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Coons, Cortez Masto, Cotton, Curtis, Daines, Duckworth, Durbin, Ernst, Fetterman, Fisher, Gallego, Gillibrand, Grassley, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Justice, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Lujan, Markey, Marshall, McCormick, Merkley, Moran, Mullen, Murkowski, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Ricketts, Rosen, Rounds, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Sullivan, Tillis, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, Wyden, and Young. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Husted. Mr. Husted, no. Mr. Sheehy. Mr. Sheehy, no. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mrs. Moody. Mrs. Moody, no. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of Florida, or Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Paul, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 21, the nays are 79. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. President, I ask to clarify, for colleagues' benefit, I ask unanimous consent that the remaining votes be 10 minutes in length.
Without objection.
Mr. President,
Senator from New Jersey.
I call up my amendment 2817 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from New Jersey, Mr. Kim, proposes amendment number 2817 to amendment number 2360.
Mr. President, I rise today because every single one of us in this chamber knows someone who relies on home and community-based service workers to maintain their quality of life. Maybe there's someone with a disability who needs an aide to help with essential tasks. Maybe they're a senior who requires a home health worker to keep them safe and healthy. Maybe they're a constituent you've met or family member you love. All of them are dependent on someone who works hard every day because they care. We owe them the same level of care they give to those we love. That's what this amendment does. It strikes language that makes it harder for them to advocate for their own pay and conditions by adding the burden of needless red tape. It strikes language that makes it harder for them to ensure that they can provide the best care possible. Mr. President, the Bureau of Labor Statistics estimates that the number of home health and personal care aides will increase by more than 20%, nearly 1 million people by 2033. Millions of people will be working to help those we care about the most. I urge my colleagues to pass this amendment and stand with those who serve the people who need it most. I yield back.
Mr. President.
Senator from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm proud that this provision, this breakthrough provision, has been included in the big, beautiful bill. This will provide much-needed relief for individuals with disabilities who've waited far too long to be on waiting lists to receive services. There's been a backlog, and this will help clear it up to the tune of billions of dollars. My colleague's amendment would completely undermine this very important effort. Ripping out important transparency and accountability provisions will divert intended resources for those who need it most in order to pay off public sector unions along the way. That's all this is. Medicaid exists to serve our patients. I've heard a lot from my Democrat colleagues about cutting benefits. It's all a lie. They're about to vote to cut off important benefits for the most vulnerable among us. So I'm tired of the lectures. This is actually a provision that does it. They're about to vote no. I encourage my colleagues to vote no on this amendment, which again is nothing more than a political payoff for public sector unions and takes money away from the most vulnerable among us.
Questions on the amendment?
Mr. President, I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsabrook, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman. Thank you. Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, I got you. Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee. Thank you. Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Murky, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, thank you, Mr. 𝗕𝗲𝗹𝗹, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Alsobrooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt-Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Kim, King, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schiff, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Kramer, Cruz, Curtis, Ernst, Fisher, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Marino, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Sullivan, Tillis, 𝗕𝗲𝗹𝗃, Wicker, and Young. Ms. Klobuchar. Aye. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Cotton, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Graham, no. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Schumer, aye. Okay. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Hoeven, no. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Bozeman, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 48, the nays are 52. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. President.
Senator from Iowa.
Mr. President, I call up my amendment number 2372 and ask that it be reported by number.
Clerk will report.
The senator from Iowa, Ms. Ernst, proposes an amendment number 2372 to amendment number 2360.
Mr. President, too many of the idle rich are living high off the hog, collecting government checks for not working, while at the same time earning $1 million or more from some other side venture. Thousands of out-of-work millionaires were paid more than $271 million in unemployment assistance during just the first 2 years of the Biden administration. In 2022, the most recent year data is available. Nearly 6,000 millionaires were paid almost $58 million in jobless benefits. That's about $10,000 each for each millionaire to not work. And the question is, why? Able-bodied millionaires shouldn't expect handouts made possible by the overtaxed and overworked Americans. My amendment ends freebies for freeloading fat cats by disqualifying anyone making $1 million or more from being eligible for unemployment income support. The Senate previously approved a similar proposal by a vote of 100-0 that unfortunately never became a law. We can't afford to miss this opportunity to save as much as $100 million by passing my amendment. So let's show some bipartisan unity for reducing the deficit by getting millionaires back to work.
Mr. President.
Senator from Oregon.
I'm happy to have a voice vote. Let me just speak briefly on this. This amendment is a backdoor way to undermine unemployment insurance. The fact is, Republicans have turned down numerous opportunities to ensure the wealthy pay a fair share of taxes. That's not what this amendment is about. This is about turning a social insurance program everybody pays into, a program built on earned benefits, into something Republicans can cut until it disappears. If it happens to unemployment insurance, it can happen to other parts of the safety net. I oppose the amendment, and Mr. President, I raise a point of order that the pending measure violates Section 311A(2)(b) of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974 because it reduces revenues over the budget window. And I'm happy to have a voice, ask for the yeas and nays.
Okay. Mr. President?
Senator from Iowa.
We are happy, Mr. President, we are happy to take a voice vote.
And I'm happy as well.
The senator has withdrawn his point of order. Questions on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. President.
Senator from Vermont.
Asked to be ordered, Mr. President. Mr. President, I call my amendment 2435 and ask that it be reported by number.
Clerk will report.
The senator from Vermont, Mr. Sanders, proposes an amendment number 2435 to amendment number 2360.
Mr. President, this amendment accomplishes two goals that poll after poll show that the American people overwhelmingly want. Number one, it cuts prescription drug costs in this country by half by having Medicare negotiate prices consistent with what other major countries around the world are doing, something similar to what Trump has been talking about. It uses the $395 billion in savings to do something else that the American people desperately want: expand Medicare to cover dental, hearing, and vision. In Vermont and all over this country, you got a lot of seniors cannot afford to go to the dentist, cannot afford dentures, cannot afford hearing aids, cannot afford eyeglasses. Poll after poll shows that over 80% of the American people support both of these provisions. I ask for the support of my colleagues.
Anyone speak in opposition?
I ask for a voice vote.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Brett. Mr. Budd. Mrs. Cantwell, Mrs. 𝗕𝗏𝗂𝗁, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. 𝗕𝗏𝗂𝗁, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Markowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Alsobrooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Hall, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tuberville, Young. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. 𝗕𝗂𝗂𝗁, no. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Lee, no. Ms. Murkowski, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 47, the nays are 53. The 60-vote threshold having not been achieved, the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that it be in order for the following senators to be recognized to offer amendments, motions, or points of order, that the amendments be reported by number with no amendments in order prior to a vote in relation to the amendments or motions. Blackburn 𝗂𝗃, number 2602, Blackburn, number 2814, Rosen, number 2717, Kennedy, number 2790, Hickenlooper, number 2719, and Shaheen, number 2564.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
The senator from Texas.
I call up Amendment 2602 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Texas, Mr. Cruz, for Mrs. Blackburn and himself, proposes an amendment number 2602 to amendment number 2360.
Mr. President, a few hours ago, we had an agreement that Blackburn Cruz was set to pass. It was a compromise that would have imposed a 5-year moratorium on state regulation of artificial intelligence. When I spoke to President Trump last night, he said it was a terrific agreement. The agreement protected kids and protected the rights of creative artists. But outside interests opposed that deal. Communist China, which desperately wants to beat the United States in the race for AI, hated the deal. Liberal politicians like Gavin Newsom and Mayor Karen Bass and Comrade Mamdani, who are all eager to aggressively regulate AI, all hated the moratorium. Randy Weingarten spoke out against the moratorium. So did transgender groups and radical left-wing groups who want to use blue state regulations to mandate woke AI. In this body, your word is your currency. Our deal would have passed easily. But a couple of hours ago, the other side backed out. I recognize many of my colleagues would prefer not to vote on this matter. Therefore, I withdraw the Blackburn Cruz amendment, and I would suggest that Blackburn 2814, the motion to strike, be adopted by voice vote.
The senator has that right.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, indeed, there was problems with the language that was in this amendment, and I regret that we weren't able to come to a compromise that would protect our governors, our legislators, state legislators, our attorney generals, and, of course, House members who have expressed concern over this language. I appreciate that we are going to withdraw this one, and I would like to be recognized.
And you'll call it 2814.
Yeah. I would like to be recognized on my amendment 2814 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Tennessee, Mrs. Blackburn, for herself and Ms. Cantwell, proposes an amendment number 2814 to amendment number 2360.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do want to thank Senator Cruz for the work and the time that he put in trying to find a resolution to this issue. I do appreciate that. But what we know is this body has proven that they cannot legislate on emerging technology. It is frustrating. We have not passed online privacy. We have not passed the No Fakes Act, the Copied Act. There are all of these pieces of legislation dealing with AI that we haven't passed, but you know who has passed it? It is our states. They're the ones that are protecting children in the virtual space. They're the ones that are out here protecting our entertainers' name, image, likeness of broadcasters, podcasters, authors. And it is appropriate that we approach this issue with the seriousness that it deserves. And we have not reached a resolution on this. So therefore, I ask my colleagues to join me in striking Section 40012. Vote yes. Let's pass this bill.
Let's get
Senator's time has
everybody
expired.
off to July 4th and a happy
Senator's time has
Independence
expired.
Day. I ask for the yeas and nays.
Well done. Is there a sufficient second? There. There appears to be. The yeas and nays are ordered. Is someone speaking in opposition? Okay. The question occurs on the amendment. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Brett, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran.
Aye.
Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Also Brooks, Baldwin, Banks, Bennett, Blackburn, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Cantwell, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Coons, Cornyn, Cortez Masto, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Daines, Duckworth, Durbin, Ernst, Fetterman, Fisher, Gallego, Gillibrand, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hassan, Hawley, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Justice, Kane, Kelly, Kennedy, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Langford, Lujan, Lummis, Markey, Marshall, Merkley, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Murphy, Ossoff, Padilla, Paul, Peters, Reed, Ricketts, Risch, Rosen, Rounds, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Shaheen, Sheehy, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, Wicker, Wyden, Young. Mrs. Murray, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Curtis, Lee, Tillis. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 99, the nays are 1. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Nevada.
Thank you. I call up my amendment 2717, and I ask it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
Senator from Nevada, Ms. Rosen, for herself and others, proposes an amendment number 2717 to amendment number 2360.
I rise today to call for a vote on my amendment to protect critical investment and production tax credits for solar and wind projects. For our nation to be truly energy independent and compete with China, we must be a global leader on the energy sources of the future, like solar and wind. But these projects just don't happen overnight. By the time many of these projects ready to come online, the tax credits will help make them financially viable will have expired because of this bill. This bill will kill the clean energy industry, costing thousands of good-paying jobs and raise energy costs for hard-working families. My amendment gives these industries the runway they need. I urge all of my colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you. I'll ask for the yeas and nays. I'm not sure who's going to yield.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, going back to endless subsidies is not sensible energy tax policy. Allowing adversarial nations and the industries they unfairly subsidize to benefit from incentives intended to benefit Americans is doubly unfair. I urge my colleagues to vote no.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? No. There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Kelly and Booker, Perdue, Warren, Berkeley, Ossoff, Murphy, Kane? Yeah, gotcha. Mrs. Blackburn. Cruz. Welch. I got you. I got him. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Thank you. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, thanks, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Marino, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Barrasso, no. Ms. Murkowski, no. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Graham, no. We're in.
On this vote, the yeas are 47, the nays are 53. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Louisiana.
Mr. President, I call up my amendment 2790 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Louisiana, Mr. Kennedy, proposes an amendment number 2790 to amendment number 2360.
Mr. President,
Recognize the senator from Louisiana.
the federal government has a list of dead people. This bill would require those who administer Medicaid to check the federal government's dead people list before they pay the Medicaid payment out. Duh. This bill, unfortunately, says that those who administer Medicaid don't have to check before they cut a check to see if the dead person is dead until January 1, 2028. Duh. My amendment would move it up to January 1, 2027, so we would pay fewer dead people who keep cashing the checks.
Mr. President,
I recognize the senator from Oregon.
why would anybody vote against this? Duh. We can accept the voice. We can accept.
Order in the
accept-
chamber.
We can accept the voice vote on this amendment. I yield back.
I accept a voice vote. Duh.
The questions on the amendment. All in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The amendment is agreed to. Duh. I recognize the senator from Colorado.
I call up my amendment 2719 and ask it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Colorado, Mr. Hickenlooper, for himself and others, proposes an amendment number 2719 to amendment number 2360.
Mr. President, Coloradans are already worried about keeping their lights on and their homes cool. My God, it has been hot. This budget bill makes it worse, actually increasing energy costs while killing over 2 million American jobs. Republicans want to gut the residential clean energy credits that help millions of Americans power their homes and save on electricity. They will shut down the better part of an entire industry, 85,000 jobs in 18 months, just like running into a brick wall. They're also taxing clean energy and cutting larger energy credits, which will create more expensive energy and more blackouts. We should create jobs, cut costs, and boost energy production, not sacrifice working families so that the richest Americans pay less taxes. That's why we've introduced our simple amendment to extend the residential clean energy credit to the end of next year, giving small businesses a runway to weather this storm. Just 18 months to give a valuable industry a fighting chance. Please vote to give them that chance. I yield back the floor.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, supporting an all-of-the-above energy policy does not require excess subsidies to certain technologies, as has been the case in the years since the misnamed Inflation Reduction Act. This bill ends the mistake of endless subsidies for favored energy sources. Phasing out subsidies from mature industries is prudent and responsible. Americans have been paying for these subsidies for decades, and it's time these industries compete on a level playing field. This bill provides American businesses of all kinds broad-based incentives to grow and hire, including businesses that generate energy and produce the products that help them to do that. I urge a no vote.
The questions on the amendment? Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Looper, Mr. Hovind, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Markowski. Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Singh, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative. Also Brooks, Baldwin,